I was like, yeah, that'll take a couple of minutes, 4 minutes max. Fucking nearly 10 minutes later, my phone is updated. That was stressful. Yes. Okay, not a great start. Oh wow, lots of chat happening. Got all my bits ready, says Evelyn. Ready to get some stuff done. Excellent. Oh, please tell me I'm still live. Oh my god, please tell me I'm still live. Somebody message me. Am I live? I'm so scared. Like the update thing just came up to tell me it was nearly done. Oh, thank fuck. Okay, so sorry, I'm being really extra. We had a Patreon live a while ago, and my phone said, would you like to do an update? How many fucking updates does my phone need to do? My phone said, would you like to do? Hang on. Don't stop asking me. I put you on Do Not Disturb. Why are you doing this to me? Am I still live? My phone just asked me again if I want to do another update. I've just done a fucking update. No. I can't handle this. It better not be asking me that the whole fucking time. Oh, how stressful. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm still live. All right. Yeah, so we had this issue with my Patreon live where my phone said, is now a good time to do an update? And I said, no, sir. And it stopped my YouTube live. It just cut it dead. I thought I was still live. I was still chatting away. And eventually my assistant was like, where are you? Where you just gone? And I was like, no, I haven't. I'm right here. He was like, nope, not according to us, you're not. We're just hanging out alone. We're just sitting here with our balls just waving in the wind. And I was like, oh. So I'm very, very nervous of that happening, which is why I did my update. Let me take this off this. My fingers are a bit swollen. I did my phone update. I put my phone on Do Not Disturb. And yet I am still getting my phone interrupting my vision, asking me things. I'm very panicked about this. So let me just say this now. Let me get this right out of the way before we start, okay? If I disappear, but without saying goodbye, all right, that would be very rude of me. Or, I mean, every so often I'm a fan of the Irish exit, but not this evening, okay? If that happens, I will, I don't know what I'll do. How will I come back? I'm not even sure. Like, whatever, okay, I'll sort it out. Sacred Meow says, as an IT professional, I feel it's required for me to recommend updates. Absolutely. Like that's why I did it before we started. But for some reason, my phone wants to do another one now. It took 10 minutes to do the one it was doing. It's not an old phone by any means. Perfectly fine phone. I've only had it a year and a bit. But for some reason, it wants to do another one now. And I'm kind of stressed because I want to just do this and I don't want any interruptions. So, Yep, everybody's saying, why does tech need so many updates? Exactly. Why does it? Melody Mulder says, love the Eraserhead shirt. Thank you very much. This got me a free coffee once at St Pancras Station. I was queuing for my coffee and this beautiful, beautiful, but gorgeous creature of a person was like, I'm giving you your coffee for free for that shirt alone. And I was like, I'm gonna wife you. Anyway, so yeah, I've had good times with this sweater. When I very first met my incredibly important friend George, the second time I met him was on the beach at a rave, like you do, and he came up behind me and I had the sweater like wrapped around my shoulders, and he went, Kelly, have you got a fucking Eraserhead jumper? And I was like, yes, George. And he was just like, we're gonna be friends. We are gonna be friends. If you know, you know. Wilder Gun says, yeah, phone updates keep getting more stressful as the years go on. For real. Ellen says, love a good flirt over a free drink. Exactly. I was very much loving life that day. Very much loving life. Okay, if you have never been to a read, write, study with me before, here is what is going to go down, all right? We are going to read, write, study, clean, declutter. We're gonna paint. We're going to do our art stuff. We're going to do our music compositions. We're going to do whatever it is that needs to be done, okay? We're going to reorganize our bookshelf. We're going to sew some clothes. Whatever it is that you can do in this format. And by this format, I mean, I'm going to be here, I'm going to be live, I'm going to be working on my book, which you can pre-order now on Amazon. If you don't like Amazon, you will have to wait until all the beautiful independent bookstores are stocking it. which is absolutely fair enough. Okay, but I can't tell my publishing company what to do. All right, that's how they offer the pre-order. So yeah, so I'm going to be working on my book, and I will be timing myself. We're going to have some timed sessions. They're going to be a little bit longer than usual. So usually I do between 10 and 15 minutes. Today they're going to be a bit more like between 20 and 30 minutes. I'm going to go for as long as I feel. I don't have any clients tomorrow. My day has been cleared. I had 2 rearranges. So the only thing I have to do tomorrow is check in with my editor. So I may be up quite late, okay? And we are all going to work together. We're going to share our progress. We're going to talk about what we're doing. So get at me in the comments now. What is everybody going to be doing? Sorry for those watching on playback. We can't actually know live in the moment what you're doing, but feel free to leave it in the comments down below, okay? Savannah Tillett says, I am going to plan December and fold laundry. Great plan. Love that. Rebecca Garner says, I'm starting my journaling journey. Absolutely brilliant. Evelyn says, oh my God, the cover is gorgeous. Thank you so much. The cover of my book. I'm very happy about the cover of my book. Amazing illustrations. And yeah, you'll get to know more about the artist when the book comes out, and it was just a really exciting process. So thank you. I just, it's amazing to describe what you want and have an artist bring it to life. Very, very thrilling. Tara says, organizing recycling to take in. That's brilliant. Well done. Loose leaf page says, hang on, wait a minute. Chats are going too quickly. I need to clear off my coffee table. This is perfect to make a boring chore less lonely. Exactly. That's why we do it. Barbara Burris says, I'm learning tarot and follow your work. Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much for following my work. Wilder Gun says, I'm doing my class homework, leaving it to the last minute as usual, lol. I'm sure you're not alone in doing something that you've left till the last minute. Here we go. Mari Maria says, using this time for my Bible study, something new in my spiritual journey. Very, very interesting so far. The Bible is nothing if not a sincerely interesting and intriguing book. Lampshade. I always want to say Lampshade Lad Eddie. Journaling, but then it could be an I. Journaling and declutter my file of facts. Excellent. Lucy says, I'm designing and finishing the labels for my products. Okay, people are doing some very interesting things. Sweet. Okay. Sacred Meow is finishing work tidbits, then working on learning a piece on the guitar and making my voice not sound like trash. I dream the dream. Well, we can only do that, and I'm sure your voice does not sound like trash, my love. Okay. This live will be made under the influence of the following things: LSD, mushrooms. No, I'm joking. It will be made under the influence of peach and orange tea, which I bought today. Haven't had one yet, but it smells glorious. I'm gonna have myself some grapes, maybe a banana if I'm feeling crazy, if I'm feeling wild and crazy. And I don't know what else. Some water. I do have a Diet Coke around here somewhere. I've got no idea where it is. So maybe that's spirit telling me you don't need your Diet Coke. Put it down. Put the carbonated drinks down and have some water, bitch. Oh, okay. Lampshade Lad as in boy. No one gets the reference, so I need to change it. It's that. I don't know what Lampshade Lad Eddie is, but it's the confusion is that there isn't a capital L. If there was a capital L, I would read that as Lampshade Lad Eddie. I still wouldn't get the reference though. Where is the reference from? Sacred Meow says a live stream on acid would be pure chaos. It certainly would. And I would never live stream on acid. I would never ever live stream on acid. I wouldn't make a video on acid. I wouldn't do a reading on it. Well, I have done readings on acid, but for my very close friends, right? There was an understanding, all right? We all knew what it was. Yeah, no, I would never do anything like that. All right. Acid is sacred private time. Oh, Ed Gein. Oh, Lampshade Lad Eddie. Okay, that is a dark name and I like it. I'm keen on that. All right. That tickles my morbid side. Fair enough. Sacred Meow says I disconnect with that stuff, save altering the playlists. Leanne Riker says Eraserhead shirt. Nice. Thank you. I do try. Okay. So we're going to go right in. Let's not waste any more precious time just chatting amongst ourselves. As lovely as it is, we are here to get some shit done. So I guess we should begin. I don't want to. I don't really want to. Hang on, let me procrastinate for one more minute. Hang on. I'm just procrastinating. Have a little procrastinate now. Okay. Oh, it's Noin's first live stream. Excellent. Hello, Patty Ray. Lovely to see you. Okay. I might listen to some music for the first little... Where's my little timer? I changed the battery on my timer and now I feel like I didn't bring it in. I can procrastinate all I like, but we actually can't start without the sacred timer of Antioch. 1 minut, пожалуйста. Right, here we go. So earlier I was tidying up and I was listening to the Normal People soundtrack on Spotify and it was just really getting me in my feels. So I might listen to that a little bit tonight while I'm doing some of my writing. I don't know, sometimes I can write to things that have lyrics and sometimes I cannot. So it really depends. Rachel says, hi Kellyanne, thank you for your emotional healing and truth about depression videos. Your words are always so potent and powerful. Lots of love to you. I admire you so much. Thank you, darling. It's so lovely of you. Thank you very much. Okay. So I've procrastinated enough. Let's do this shit. Let's make this shit happen, my darlings. All right. So we are going to work for 20 minutes for the first sort of allotted time. Not too long, but long enough for us to find a groove in the wood. Okay, so that's the plan. And when the alarm is getting close to going off, I'm going to let you know so that you can finish up whatever you're doing. We'll have a quick break and we'll go straight back into it. Okay. Classic 80s timer of Antioch. All right, 20 minutes. Let's do this. Got 9 minutes left now, darlings. So just keep going with whatever you've committed to and make this last bit of time count. Oh, I love Doctor Strangelove. I just watched it again recently on Laserdisc. Love that film. Love it. You can't fight in here. This is the war room. That's my favourite quote from the whole film. Kellyanne, concentrate. Just under 5 minutes now, darlings. Keep going. Don't let your concentration break if you're up to something you committed to. I believe in you. 30 seconds left, darlings. We'll have a little check-in. Oh, my goddess, that was so annoying. That was so irritating. I did hardly any writing. I was basically just formatting stuff. Like the formatting was all foobar from earlier and I couldn't figure out what was where, and I was just like, okay, I've made a big old mess of this. And then I filled in a few things that I meant to fill in earlier, went through some notes that I made earlier, but basically I didn't exactly get speedy with the word count there, which is fine, I guess. You know, it's one of those things. Oh wow, people are sending super chats. Oh, how lovely. Thank you, Maya Star, or Maya Star. I'm not sure how to say that. I didn't even remember that you could do super chats. Thank you though, darling. That's so lovely of you. How exciting. I've never had a super chat before. That's awesome. Very much appreciate that. Savannah Tillett says, these dishes don't stand a chance against me. That is the fucking spirit, babe. Yes. Evelyn says the first stint is so tough, I think. Then they get into the groove. Yeah, definitely. It is tough. I didn't even want to start. I was like, let me procrastinate, please. Midnight Miner says, I was moving slow, but I kept moving. Good for you. Savannah got the dishwasher unloaded. Excellent stuff. Alex Green says, I found a pic to go with next Sunday's blog post, the Chaotician. Oh, that sounds exciting. Rebecca Garner says, I started handwriting my journal and then switched to making a document on Word. My hand was beginning to ache and it also flows so much better when I'm typing. Yeah, I know that hand aching feeling. I've got a strong writing hand from all of the years of regular excessive journaling, but certainly at some points my hand is just like, fuck off. Kate McGovern says, managed to plan some of my creative goals for December. Excellent stuff. Let me just move this. Hang on. There we go. I feel like my face is like my face. The comments are in the way of my face, if that makes any sense. I don't know what you guys can see, but that's what I can see. Oh, Terranandeep Kaur says, got all the recyclables into carrier bags to take in before it started raining. Well done. Southern Lady Tarot says 922 words written. Well, you did better than I. Well done. Hi, Divya, darling. It's lovely to see you. Kraftwerker says it was cool though, like weird techno romancer cyberpunk jazz. What was the first? What did you say at first? Oh, here we go. I started listening to some really ridiculous fast jazz and had to tone it down. Kraftwerker, I love your name. Is that in honor of the band? Kyra says I pulled some cards for next month and they were all pentacles. Ouch, baby. You got some real world work to do, it seems. Vibe says, I wrote down my dream from last night. It was harder to remember than I initially thought it would be. Well done for doing some dream recall and writing it down. That's excellent. Lucy finished a sketch. Well done, darling. Magnus Bruxo says, hi, Kelly, or Brujo, I don't know, says, hi, Kelly, wanted to say hi before I head to work. Thank you, darling. Persona gave me a super chat. Thank you so much. Persona says, practicing to draw the human body from imagination. That's excellent. Well done. Thank you for the super chat. Nathan says, I'm in Colorado working ski season and it's so chill. That's brilliant. I'm so glad. Maya Star says, my work was easy because I was mostly going over something I started writing yesterday. So now I'm flicking through the Ganesha Oracle. Oh, fun. Excellent. Okay, darlings. Well, we're going to do another stint of work. I'm just going to have a couple of grapes. Now, let me just do a little bit of figuring out what I'm actually going to be working on. I think I'm going to go back down to part 3. Have a little look here. Beanbag Hagwag. Hello, darling. Says, wonder what will distract me this time. I was distracted by the discussion about Doctor Strangelove. I just got my friend a copy of that on Laserdisc. He likes collecting Laserdiscs, and he likes collecting Kubrick films in particular. I realised last time I watched Doctor Strangelove, my hair is really annoying me tonight, can you tell? Last time I watched Doctor Strangelove was the first time I realised I have a massive, massive lady boner for Peter Sellers. I never realised before. Maybe I did when he played the Inspector in Pink Panther in that trench. Hang on, I need to Google Peter Sellers, I'm sorry. A girl's got to do what a girl's got to do, alright? Oh, he is sexy. How can I not have realised? No, and you can go ahead and plug your radio show if you want. Let us know what's going down in Nerwin Radio Show Town. I'm just busy checking out Pete Sellers, so cool, yeah. He's a lovely boy, isn't he? His nose, so distinguished. Yeah, I totally have an attraction to him. What the fuck? Like, how could I not have realised this before? I was watching it and I was like, oh, have I been single too long, or is Peter Sellers delicious? And I'm pretty sure my friend was like, he's delicious. Where have you been? Are you dead? Not that it's necessary for a guy to be bi to know this, but he is bi, so he was like, hello. Beanbag Hagwag says, I thought he was such a dork when I was young. Now I'm old and he's hotter than before. Right, okay. Divya says, those puppy eyes are sexy. Patty Ray says, Peter Sellers, yes. Beauty and Glamour Magic says, are you working on a new book? I certainly am. It's called Witch in Darkness. And with any luck, if I get my goddamn... No, I'm joking. I was going to say if I get my life together. It's good. The word count is good, darlings. It's not quite where I want it to be, because I do have a full-time job as well. I'm a spiritual counselor and reader. You can go to my website. You can get all my, reading options and whatnot. I also sell original art pieces now, darlings. So if you want to pick up a piece of my original one-off collage work, you can also do that. But anyway, I do all of that shit. So it's quite hard to write a book as well, But basically, with any luck, it will be out in October of 2023. That's what we're aiming for. Patty Ray says, awesome title. Thank you. Rose Makes It says, great title. I'm so glad you think so. We chose it because witch can be a verb and also a noun. So witch in darkness or witch in darkness, Josh C says, okay, wow, Googled Peter Sellers, confirmed hot, right? For real. Beautiful boy. Joe Lacey says, started to look into getting my death doula business going, finally finished and got my diploma. Wow. Amazing. That's really great, Joe. Well done. I really respect that. Respect death doulas and the work that they do. I think it's really important. Rebecca says, I've never seen this movie. I'm going to need to check it out. You need to watch Doctor Strangelove. It's just so good. Super entertaining. It's really funny. It just parodies that whole kind of like ultra masculine Cold War, like war. Doesn't it get you horny? Like it's that kind of it's taking the absolute piss out of that. Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is a war room. It's absolutely sensational. Honestly, it's well worth it. And apparently, Peter Sellers is hot, which is also a bonus. Savannah Tillett says, ha ha, had to Google Peter Sellers too. Right, you just got to do it. Evelyn says, I'm not feeling the Peter Sellers vibe. Maybe I'm dead inside. No, that's fine. More for me. He's a specific type of man that I'm into. Yeah. Lucy says, oh yes, Peter Sellers is nice, isn't he? Anyone watching on playback is like, okay, we understand about Peter Sellers. Move on. Right, you had to be here, guys, okay? Bon Robert says, who's watching Wednesday? She reminds me of Kellyanne. I have not started watching Wednesday yet. I have always been told that I should always play Wednesday, or I should always dress up as Wednesday or whatever. Whenever I do my long plaits, everyone's like, oh, you remind me of Wednesday Addams. And I love that. So yeah, I am definitely going to watch it. I was talking to a beloved client about Wednesday yesterday. Apparently it's amazing and she does recommend, and I do take her recommendations. So I will be checking that out for sure. I'm quite excited about it. I was going to watch it the other night, but then I ended up watching The Bisexual instead, which is like a UK Channel 4 series that was on, that they now have put on Netflix. And I was like, you know what? I really did mean to watch that because I need to watch Maxine Peake playing a lesbian, and well worth it. Well worth it. She is gorgeous and a very, very good consummate actress. Fantastic. It was a really, really beautiful series. I'm bi and it made me cry. But yeah, I'll definitely check out Wednesday. That was what I was supposed to be checking out, but I got distracted. I got distracted by the queer series. People saying they love the show. KTV says Wednesday's amazing, 10 out of 10. Wilder Gun says loved the show. Excellent. That's really cool. Okay, good recommendations here. Bond Robert says it's brilliant. Okay, I'm on it. Trust me, guys, I'm on it. Don't worry. Okay, that's quite enough Googling men. Ogling men. Googling to ogle. An ogly Google. This fluffy bit of my hair, it's never grown. I mean, I've got like, you know, the baby hairs underneath. They've never grown. All the women on my mum's side of the family have them. When I was little, I didn't understand what they were and I wanted them to go. But then these ones further back, I mean, they're obviously also hairs that will just never grow any, they'll never grow any longer. That's just the way they grow. But they're not the same as these ones, because these ones I can kind of tame, you know. But these ones here, it's like, kind of, what are you, how do you, what's happening? It doesn't help that I want to part my hair exactly there. I could do a little center parting. But then it, because I've flipped it over all day, it's a bit like, hey. Oh dear. My hair woes there. Josh C says, is that the Holy Mother altar all lit up? It is. I don't have the actual, so the tall pink candle you can see is actually the devotional candle. I only light that when I'm doing rosary or praying or whatever. And that is kind of like, you know, not lit right now because I'm not actually doing that right now. But yes, I do have some candles in the front, and this is my Mother Mary altar indeed. Glowing away. I have my hell altar in the other room next to the main situation, which now doesn't really contain any trace of my two head bitches in charge. They're just hanging out in separate rooms. And yeah, I prefer that. It makes me more intuitive about what needs to happen when and with which particular woman in my life. So yeah. Okay, let's do a little bit more work, darlings. We haven't done enough work yet. Right, is everybody ready to get back to it? Had our little relax. It's very important to relax so that we feel like we're not running ourselves into the fucking ground, you know? That's not what we want. We want to make sure that we feel like this is fun. We get to check in with each other, all of that good shit, you know? The whole point of these is not to feel like we've pushed ourselves too hard, because then we're just going to check out early and we're not going to make it everything that it could be, you know? But having said that, we're going back in. Now, I've got a feeling, personally, that I'm going to probably not be doing that much word count again, because I think I need to read through, maybe I will, but I think I need to read through part 3 a bit more and figure out what is necessary next. So I will be doing that, and I'm going to put a little bit of music on in at least one headphone. I'll probably carry on with the Normal People soundtrack. I don't like everything on it, but I like some of it, you know. My little tablet here. Oh, okay. So let me set an alarm, darlings. But anyway, doesn't matter if I'm typing or if I'm researching or whatever I'm doing, I'm working. That's the most important thing. We are working for 22 minutes this time, okay? 22 minutes. Are we ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh no, we're skipping Nick Drake. Oh no, 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 no. I'm not doing any Nick Drake. Or any Elliott Smith. Fuck that shit. Sorry, just giving you an update on what I'm listening to. 10 minutes left now, darlings. 2.5 minutes now, darlings. Put some welly into it and then we'll have a little break. That was a difficult bit for me. Very hard. I started to get the groove in the wood a few times, and then I was like, wait a minute, I feel like I've written that before. Wait a minute, that's supposed to go in a different segment. Hang on a second, like, what am I saying here? Oh, I mean, that's how it goes, right? That's the way the cookie bounces when you're writing a book at the end of the day. Hang on, where's my chat? Why can't I see it? What's the time now? 20. Oh, okay. Um, What's everyone talking about? Oh, Witchcraft and Paganism says, I finished a colouring page and now want to work on a blog I write for my Witchcraft and Paganism blog. That's great. Excellent. Just having a look at some more comments. Violet Flame says, just stopping by to say hello, Kellyanne. It's Hannah. Hello, darling. Gwen says, oh, nice. We are still working. Yep, we are. We're going for the long haul this evening, darling. Hello, settle in. Astral Lady Tarot says, hello there, just saying hi. Hello, my darling. Lovely to see you. I'm like wading into so much chat that I don't really understand. Like I'm getting like dribs and drabs of things that were said while I was working. Savannah Tillett says, almost finished with the kitchen, getting it done thanks to Witchcraft. Excellent. Wilder Gun says, 2.5 assignments done, 3.5 more to go. Well done, darling. You should be very proud of yourself. Nathan's Way says, just got off work and watching you from the ski gondola riding up the mountain has been a daily meditation. That sounds amazing. I like the idea of somebody on a ski gondola watching this live. That makes me happy. I'm also impressed with the signal. Yeah, that's excellent. Frank Civilly says, I'm doing some progress notes and discharges for my clients. Excellent. Irene Fortuna, I changed all the elastics to my traveler's notebook where I plan and journal. Next session is applying some new inside pockets. Excellent. Good use of time there. Getting your traveler's notebooks ready. I do love the look of a traveler's notebook. I don't own any, but they do look delectable. Beauty and Glamour Magic says, turn on live chat and everyone can see all the chats except the top ones. Evelyn says 2 journal pages is going to pick up my, sorry, 2 journal pages in, going to pick up my book now. Excellent. I might read for a little bit, about halfway through this. I don't know how long I'm going to stay on the live for. I'm not going anywhere just yet, Pop Tarts, don't worry. But yeah, I might read a little bit. I'm reading at the moment, Writing from Ukraine. It's fiction, poetry, and essays since 1965. Let me say, the Ukrainians can write. This is heart-meltingly good shit. And later on, I have a strong intention to look up some of these in the original Ukrainian and do a little bit of cross-reading. I do not speak Ukrainian, but I understand some of it when I hear it, and I can read it fairly well. So yeah, I like to learn. You know, so my friend bought me this as an early birthday present, and it's just fucking gorgeous. I might do a reading of some of it for my Patreon. Yes, I sometimes do little readings for my Patreon, so I might do that. What else am I reading? Oh, I'm still reading All About Love by Bell Hooks. I've been reading that for too fucking long, but I don't get much chance to read lately because of like writing a book. You kind of sacrifice a lot of things of that nature when you're writing a book. So yeah, I'm still reading it slowly, but you know what? Slow reading is fine. Fuck it. I'm not ashamed. English Witch in France says, hi everyone, not working but in bed and doing my back exercises. Well, that's a very good use of time. Well done. Southern Lady Tarot says, managed a good couple of inches on my knitting project. Well done. Patty Ray is eating roasted butternut squash. Excellent stuff. Emily Hall says, I might read for a bit as well. I always have trouble giving myself time for that. Yeah, totally. Maya Star says, I'm going to do some yoga now, winding down and chilling. Beautiful. Bon Robert says, English Witch in Portugal practicing tarot. Excellent stuff there. Lucy is starting on a watercolour. Brilliant. Had to force myself to stop, she says. Nathan's Way says, I will post a pic in Discord later. I have 5 GS on the top of the mountain. Excellent. Rebecca says, oh, that sounds great, that book. I'm reading a book about King Richard III. I love him. Excellent. That's so cool. Gwen says, that happens to me with non-fiction. It's hard to read it all the way through. There's always a slog part. Yeah, I tend to find it's not really, I would say, I don't want to be pedantic. Yeah, it's a slog, but it's not for a reason that it's the type of genre. It's just because I have word count to make, and by the time I've seen 4 clients, which is the average, like that's a full-time day for me, 4 clients, and they could be an hour or they could be 90 minutes, depends. Then on top of that, I'm going to do any emails, admin, social media. I'm going to make some videos, you know, I'm going to do some things for Patreon if needed and all that kind of jazz. After that, then I have to make word count. Some days I won't do any of the book, and other days I'll do 5,000 words or whatever. But it's useful if I can do 500 to 1,000 words a day. You know, it doesn't always work out like that. It's far from being an exact science. But I suppose the point I'm trying to make is, of course, there's going to be a reading slog, you know. I do try not to completely let the practice grind to a halt, though, because it's very good for my self-care, and I need to be able to do that, right? Like, reading is so nurturing, so important, and I don't want to I don't want to have a big chunk of time in my life where I'm not locking into reading, because I just don't think that's healthy. Whether you're writing a book or not, honestly, if you haven't got time to read for like half an hour a week, then somewhere in there is something else you could switch out for that. You know, I will happily spend half an hour watching something on YouTube that I probably wasn't planning on watching, have no intention of watching, it wasn't in the fucking plan. And that could have been spent reading. So when I say to myself, I've got no time to read because I'm writing the book, Am I spending every waking second writing the fucking book? I think not. So I call myself out on my own bullshit, I suppose you could say. Patty Ray says, I took my to be read pile off of my night table. Too much pressure. Absolutely. Got to be done. I usually have like the next 2 or 3 books that I know I want to read next to where my like journals and stuff are kept in my living room, and that's it. Like the rest of it is not visible. I know where it is roughly, but it's not a to be read pile. It is a pile of unread books that I intend to read, but it's not there visible in my face, you know. I know some people find that super motivational, but I don't really. Divya says, do you have to be in a certain headspace to write a book? If you mean a certain headspace in your life, for me, no. Because when a large chunk of the time I was writing Rebel Witch, I was on lockdown abroad, had no idea when I would get home. No idea how long everything was going to be going on for. I mean, how long's a piece of fucking string? You know, it was like the first lockdown, so nobody knew shit. And I was freshly heartbroken. So when I started writing Rebel Witch, I was in a quite a good place emotionally. When I actually was signed the contract to write Rebel Witch, I was at a high point in my life, really. And then throughout the course of it, like by the time I finished writing Rebel Witch, I was a different version of myself. I had been carved from chaos. And so I guess that's why my answer would be no, I do not necessarily, in terms of life path, I do not necessarily need to be in a good place to write. I don't need to be in a stable place to write. In fact, writing is stabilizing for me when there is chaos ensuing. With Witch in Darkness, of course, I began it in an okay place in my life. You know, I was still healing from all the shit that happened during the writing of Rebel Witch, but I was better. I was in a better position, and that's why I said yes to write the book. And then I went through a major, and I'm still going through a major life altering bereavement. So I'm still fucking writing it. I mean, I could definitely have stopped. We could have postponed it until October 2024. My publishing company would have had no issue with that. They totally understood my position, and it was whatever I wanted to do. But at the time where they said, like, you know, we need an answer either way. Do you want to make it 2023 or are we shelving? I thought to myself, shelving so I can do what? Sit around and sob into my hands. Not that I don't do that. I am doing that, and I'm making daily time for that. But you know what? It's good to have an occupation. You know, Colonel Brandon in Sense and Sensibility, when he goes, give me an occupation, Miss Dashwood, or I shall run mad. That's how I feel. All right, I was having a Colonel Brandon moment. I needed something to do. Not that I don't have enough shit to do, but like, you know, something to absorb myself in. So yeah, I don't think I need to be in a particular place to write a book. Does it help if I have stability, happiness, all of that shit? Yeah, I mean, too much happiness can be a fucking distraction. Rachel says, ha ha, I love that movie. Same. I watched it again a few months ago. Sometimes I just stick it on for background noise. Like, I just absolutely love that film. Willoughby. Willoughby. It's such a good film. It's so good. Jane Austen, why were you so good? Stop it, Jane. We are not worthy. Rebecca says, where can I find the info for your Patreon? Is the info on your website? Actually, I don't know if there's a link to my Patreon at the top, but if it is, it will be at the top where all the social media links are. But I can't remember if we put the Patreon link on or not. But you will find it in the down bar of any single one of my pre-recorded videos. So any of the videos on my channel, if you click the down bar, the Patreon link is there. Okay. Darlings, it is almost the 1st of December. So what I will say is the money for Patreon comes out on the 1st of every month. So do not become a patron right now, because you will be charged again on the 1st of December. We do not take your money on the day it does explain all of this, okay? When you go to do it, it does explain it to you, and then it says, are you sure? But we regularly have situations where people do not realize and they get charged again. Do not become a patron right now. Wait until it is the 1st of December officially, and then I very much recommend that you become a patron. because you get the one card riff every month, you get affirmations every month, you get printables every month, and you get Discord access at the very least. And depending on which tier you get, you also get the opportunity to vote on a video every month. You get live calls with me, group lives where we have workshops and we have sip tea with me and stuff. So definitely join my Patreon. I'm just saying, don't do it right now because we're at a critical time, my loves, where if you do it right now, you'll be charged again tomorrow. And yeah, like that, it does tell you that when you join. All right, I'm not swindling anyone. It fucking tells you that when you join. But we have had a few issues. And I worry about you guys. I worry about your pockets. All right, nobody has endless budget. So yeah, just be careful. Be careful out there. All right, read the fine print. Gwen says, I'm a patron of Cam, super recommend. I pop in and out some months, feels like coming home. Gwen, thank you so much. That's really beautiful of you to say. I really appreciate it. Evelyn says, Patreon is like my self-care gift from me to me. Thank you, darling. That's so lovely of you. I really appreciate that. Oh, Beauty and Glamour Magic says, I love sip teas. I remember when you used to do those. Yeah, I do them on Patreon now, babes. Once a month, I show up with my tea and we just sip tea and talk about whatever. Oh, Evelyn says it happened to me. Clearly, I don't read. Darling, you're so not alone. It's honestly, it's not you. For some reason, Patreon don't make this clear. They do tell you, but I haven't actually seen it myself. But it's obviously not just you because people like struggle. Josh C says, oh no, I can't seem to be able to pre-order the new book on US Amazon. Do you know if it's UK only at the moment? Oh, maybe it is. Oh, okay. I did not know that. Didn't know that. Let me write a note to speak to my beautiful editor over at Watkins about that tomorrow. UK only, question mark. Sorry about that. I really believed that was not the case, but maybe it is. I don't know. Has anybody pre-ordered in the US? Get at me, let me know. Oh, Ultraviolet Pisces says that hibiscus print behind you is incredible. Thank you. I love it. I've had it on my wall for ever such a long time. Oh, Beauty and Glamour Magic. No, I still do Tea and Tarot, the series here on YouTube. Yeah, I still do that. That's not Patreon only. That's just something I return back to every few months or whatever. I still love that, yeah. Rachel says, I dressed up as Kate Winslet's Marianne Dashwood for Halloween as a teen. My mum got me and my sisters into Austen early on. I love many of the screen adaptations. Great company when I'm down. Absolutely. Like the last few times I've watched Sense and Sensibility, it has been because I need sense. Like I'm in a shit place, right? I need to put it on. So that makes sense. Okay, my darlings, who is ready? Witchcraft and Paganism says you can pre-order it on Amazon Germany. I just checked. Excellent. Sorry to keep saying Amazon. I know it's a problem. I really don't know if I should ensure during the writing of the next book that we don't sell on Amazon. I'm really not sure because I know it makes it accessible for some people for whom things are not accessible, but then at the same time it's Amazon. I mean, how much more does Jeff Bezos need to do for us to like kick him the fuck out of our budget, right? So yeah, sorry about all the Amazon chat, but do be aware that you can always get my book on hive.org, which is like, tells you where all the independent bookshops are near you, and you can get it on other places. You can get it at Book Depository, you can get it on Wordery. Okay, there's lots of other options as well. I'm just letting you know. Oh, US Target has it for pre-order. Thank you, Divya, for letting us know that. Okay. Lampshade Lad Eddie says, good night, guys. Have a lovely rest of the live. Thank you, darling. Have a lovely sleep. Okay, so we're not on US Amazon yet. How rude, considering that like a massive chunk of my audience is American. Gwen, I did not know that Amazon owned Book Depository. I had no idea of that. No idea. So thank you for letting me know. Why is a company always in the mouth of a parent company who's in the mouth of a parent company who's in the mouth? Honestly, vegans have this issue all the fucking time. Evelyn also did not know. I had no idea. I literally get so confused about makeup companies and stuff like that, because you try and keep your mind on what's what and who owns what. And oh my God, they're always getting swallowed up by someone else, who's swallowed by someone else, by someone else, who's owned by Laboratoire Bastard Garnier. I can't handle it. Oh my God. Look at this little mom and pop, like, you know, soap shack thing. Oh my God, it's owned by L'Oreal. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, I've chatted for too long. I'm gonna put the kettle on. I mean, you don't need to know my every move, right? If I start the timer, we can still work. I want to make sure it's kind of like an ethical thing, all right? I want to make sure that I'm working while you guys are working. I don't want to be like, right, the time is on. We're gonna go. We're gonna eat that work bag. Let's do this shit. And then I get up and just potter around making a mocha in the kitchen. It's like, I don't want to give you a shitty office manager vibe. You know what I mean? Where I'm like, okay, guys, we're gonna really like do this. We're gonna put the pedal to the metal, and then I just like go and fanny around in the kitchen, like flirting with someone and making tea. Like, no, no, no. I want us to be in this to win this. All right, together, probably until midnight UK time. I don't know. All right, I've got a lot of time on my hands. So yeah, I want to be in it to win it. So I'm not going to set the alarm, but I am going to go and make myself some tea and stuff like that. So Gwen says, lol, flirting with someone making tea. Honey, every time I flirted with someone making tea in the office, I was just hoping they were going to offer. And then if they made it with too much milk, I was going to be like, I will never wife you, goodbye. Farewell, maiden, or farewell, dear sir, or whatever. Goodbye, fine human, but not so fine because you overmilked my tea, you absolute douche. Hi, Elaine Sunflower. Lovely to see you, darling. Evelyn says, how many people are in your kitchen to flirt with? There's no one in my kitchen. I was kind of going back to the like shitty office manager where it's like, oh, I'm just gonna, yeah, we're all gonna really work hard today, guys. Right, come on, let's do this. And then they just abandon post, you know? Like I used to work on a sales floor. So believe it or not, guys, all right, before I did this full time, I was working on a sales floor selling card machines to small businesses. I do come from a healthcare background, actually, but I couldn't find a position in healthcare or in customer service at the time I needed a job, which means the last job that I did in the office environment was actually a sales position. I really didn't want it, but I was like, you know what, I'm going to go for it anyway because beggars can't be choosers and I need to pay rent, all right? So I got on this sales floor and it was really interesting because it's an open plan office and the sales team is split into like 5 mini teams, right? And each one of them has about 10 people on it. And what we used to do, because it was a totally open plan office, was the teams would compete against each other for prizes. Who could get the most sales by the end of the day? Who could be the top of the leaderboard by the end of the week? And it was really interesting for me in terms of looking at management styles and looking at the way morale is usually made or broken by the way the manager behaves. Our manager was called Richard, okay, and he was an absentee manager. He would come in the morning, all piss and vinegar, full of hot air. Right, come on, guys, we're going to smash it today. We're going to put it over our knee and spank it. Come on, and then he would just fuck off, and you wouldn't see him for the rest of the day. The team next to us, their manager was called Liam. Okay, and Liam was the total opposite. If they were having a slow sales day, he would jump on the phone himself. All right, he would literally roll his sleeves up and be like, right, I'm going to get on the phone for an hour. Sometimes he would also have a couple of members of his team who were struggling come and stand behind him and watch him nail a sales call. He'd be like, right, watch me, do what I do, learn as you go, you know, watch and learn. He was fun. He used to hand out fun activity sheets. He was very complimentary of everybody. When somebody made a sale, everyone on the team was like yelping and whooping. It was like Wolf of Wall Street, all right? I say about this job, Wolf of Wall Street with English accents. Okay, it did get a bit raucous in there, but that's one of the reasons I did well, because I'm a raucous bitch. I don't know if you noticed. So yeah, the difference between Richard and Liam was like night and fucking day. Okay, it was very hard to keep morale up. The other thing I just want to say about Richard, okay, now I'm venting about Richard. It's been a long time since I thought about Richard. There's not much room really to bitch and moan about the past when you do your dream job now. But Richard Also used to be very, very, very anti any of us taking any time off, even if we were like so legitimately ill and we had fever, runny nose, cough, sore throat, all of that. Very anti us taking time off, yet once took almost a week off with a headache. Now, look, if he genuinely had a headache and it was that bad that he needed a week off, like for real, of course, like go to the doctor, go to the goddamn hospital at that point. Nobody should have a headache for a week. I know that because I did clinical training at NHS Direct. All right, that's not right. Not an ongoing headache anyway for a fucking week. Are you kidding me? So yeah, obviously don't be at work, but do not dare, don't you dare, Richard, are you listening, Richard? Don't you dare bitch me out for coming into the office ill because I knew you wouldn't be happy with me not being there. And then halfway through the day saying, Richard, my fever is so fucked up. I'm going hot and cold. I can't take my coat off. I'm shivering. I'm going home. He looked at me like I just said, Richard, I just stabbed your mother in the eyeball. Sorry about it. Like, he literally looked at me like he was so grossly offended, especially because I was a very strong player on the team. Grossly offended was Richard. He was like, incredulous, you know. Could see him going through all the emotions at once, whirring through his fucking brain. It's like, Richard, I'm going home, okay? I need to blow my nose comfortably without everyone around me and risking them getting sick. Persona says Richard is having a headache somewhere now. Yeah, fucking bet he is. Look, you can see I'm stressed because my Julia Roberts vein's popping out, all right? When I get stressed, my Julia Roberts vein is like, are we stressed? What are we stressed about? Sacred Meow says, I hope you got him sick. Too right. Damn straight. Divya says, drool in that office. Tea. Richard, can I tempt you to some tea? Yeah, Gwen says, I cannot imagine being at work with a literal fever. It wasn't great. I felt like I had a large ball bearing in my head, and every time I leaned forward to type the keyboard, it was like it slammed against the back of my head, front of my head. And I put my head back and it slammed against the back. I was ill, and I don't think you should be around others when you're ill. It was the lesser of two evils, though, because if you don't come in when you're ill and the team are struggling or other people are off, the team wish you were there and you're letting them down and they're doing worse because you're not there. It's difficult when you work on a sales floor in a team because the whole team suffers if you don't rock up, right? So if you have any loyalty towards the people you work with and you like the people you work with, which I loved my team, right? I still speak to some of them now. You don't want to do that to them, but at the same time, you don't want to make them sick and they don't want you to make them sick. So, God, this is such a late capitalist discussion, isn't it? Fucking terrible. Josh C says, bye, Richard. Bye. We have a Richard type in our office as well. Literally hear him in the conference room debating if people are actually ill or not. No thanks. Oh, fuck that shit. Bang, out of order. Evelyn says, oh my God, I cannot stand those people who make you feel awful for being ill. It's such a thing in all workplaces. Even in the NHS, you could almost feel the eye roll over the phone. Yeah, and it's really shocking when it's in the NHS. It really is. Heidi K says, one time my manager denied any work off so we could support the Comic-Con event crowds. Then he showed up in a Comic-Con outfit saying, oh my God, it's such a great event, you guys. No way. Tell me you just made that up on the spot, please, God. Please. No. Sacred Meow says, I've seen the same dynamics with SD managers over time. Only one of the many actually helped on phones when we were desperate, right? It's one of them. Anyway, this whole thing came out of me wanting to say, let me not set the alarm and then go and make tea, all right? So what I'm telling you now is I'm not going to set the alarm. You can work if you want to. I'm going to be out of shot for 5 minutes making a peach and orange tea because, yeah, why not? Why the hell not? I do not have an ability to plug headphones into my laptop right now because for some reason my headphones do not work. I'm glad that you've got an awesome boss, Susan Green. You're making me super grateful for my awesome boss. Not that I wasn't already. That's great. That's good to have an awesome boss. So I want to listen to my beautiful friend Vlad's messages to me because I've been waiting for them, and I see pictures of tarot cards here. So I need to know what the boy is saying about tarot. Very important. So I will put this on mute so I can listen to him because it's very rude. I try and teach my mother this all the time. Mum, do not fucking listen to someone's messages on speaker when other people are in the room. Please, okay? She's like, I know, I just forget. I just forget. But I'm not going to do that, all right? So let me listen to my friend and I will make tea and I'll be right back. All right. Mwah. I'm just coming back because I'm aware I don't have any mods and I know I'm in charge of chat. So I just want to make sure like everyone's okay and no one's being like racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, any of that shit, all right? Are there any fascists in my chat tonight? Because fuck off. Okay. And that's what you call spiritual. Ultraviolet Pisces says, I just wanted to say randomly and off topic, the quality of Remain hearts at my grocery has gone way down. Oh no, that sucks. The quality of a few things like changed and stuff after Brexit, I noticed, which was I surprised by that? Absolutely not a jot. Not one motherfucking bit. Yeah, Sacred Meow says we're socially aware here and self-moderating. And I totally get that, but if somebody started to say mad shit, I don't have a moderator to boot them off, if that makes any sense. So it would be kind of annoying and they'd just be getting in the way and I would have to like come in and boot them off. I'm not sure how to make somebody a moderator. Let me see. Oh, here we go. How do you hide this channel? Oh, I can make people moderators. So I know how to do that now. All right, cool. You just click on it and it says add moderator. All right, sweet. Sweet. Evelyn says, ha ha ha, yes, like the teacher left the room vibes, time to be naughty. Exactly. Exactly. So I don't want that. Right, I'm just going to get back to my friend quickly and make my tea, and I'll be right back. I'm just reading some comments, so I'm just like gawping randomly, quietly. Rebecca Garner says, don't feel too bad about those people at work because you can guarantee they wouldn't worry about you if they had to replace you. You give them your loyalty and they don't give you any loyalty. Yeah, true. It was more the point I was kind of making is more about the people on the team. So on my team at work, we were very loyal to each other. It wasn't really about management. It wasn't about the company or anything like that. it was like the people that I worked with who were also my friends, some of whom I went to raves with, we did like readings for each other, and it's that kind of a vibe. It's almost like you know I have a good friend of mine who was in the army for a long time, and he explains it as like, when you put your name on the line, on the dotted line for queen and country, it's for queen and country, but when you are doing your thing and you're actually there, you are fighting for each other. It's about each other, and it's about not wanting to let each other down, and it's about the team, and it's about the bond. No idea why I thought that would be a good analogy, but it's kind of a similar analogy. It's like we're not really thinking about the higher ups right now, we're thinking about like doing this thing together. Whether or not I politically agree with the thing isn't the point. All right, I have a large range of friends who've done a lot of things I wouldn't have done, but not fascist. Don't worry, no fascist. So anyway, it's kind of like that. Your pain co. If you're looking to modding people, I'm sure Danny would be an amazing choice. Awesome trusted patrons. I have no YouTube mod experience myself. Oh yeah, that's no worries. I don't think I need a mod. It's only if things start to get hairy, and it would be one of the patrons. Like I spy Evelyn in here, I spy Gwen in here. Like I'd pick someone that I know and we've spent time, and we've chatted and whatnot. So it would definitely be somebody trusted. Don't worry. Danny, I believe, is in bed. I have Danny for my workshops and things like that, but I don't expect him to just stay up randomly because I want to do a live long into the night. Danny keeps a polite bedtime. Okay, I'm gonna make tea and I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back, babies. I'm back. Okay, so Let's go. Let's go. Andiamo, as they say, par Italiano. All right. Allons-y. Allons-y. Is that allons-y in French, or is it nous allons? I don't know, but one of the two. Pashli, davai, as they say, paruski. And let's go in other languages I don't know as well. Hit me up with some other languages. What does it mean? How do you say it? Let's go. Let's do this shit. All right. Every language has its own special way of saying, let's fucking get on with it, mate. Okay. Why have I brought my towel with me? Why? Okay. Well, this is my towel anyway. It says cute little fuckers on it, and it was a present from my dear Danny, which some of you will know as our man badger or our admin badger on Patreon. Oh, let me move over a bit. Let me scoot over. Don't worry, I'm not too near the candles, guys. Don't panic. Don't worry, darling. Moan then. Moan then. That's Scottish. Do you say it moan then? Is that how you say it? Gwen says it. Oh my god, I'm gonna butcher the Norwegian. Okay, let's do this. Gonpa? Gonpa? Is that wrong? I don't know how. I can't. Gonpa. Gonpa? In Chinese, it's J-O. J-O. J-O? Is that J-O? Divya says Tsala. In Marathi. Tsala. Gunpo. Gunpo is how you pronounce it in Norwegian. Or ni. Auf geht's in German. Oh, sexy. Oh, God, I love German. Auf geht's. Let's do it, baby. German is sexy as fuck. Oh, like ice. I like ice. Jio. Jio. Jio is in Chinese. Beautiful language stuff here happening. Okay. All right, my loves, we're going to go for 25 long minutes. Hopefully you're ready as you'll ever be. Let's get this shit done. I've got my peach and orange tea, and I'm very excited for this. So let's make it happen. All right. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, 25 minutes. That's nearly half an hour. Let's smash it. Sacred Meow says, I had an ex that whispered German love language into my ear. Okay, if you could send that ex right over. Stick it on my tab, would you, darling? Okay, let's do this shit. Oh, damn it, I did it wrong. Carry on, carry on. Mother's hat's fallen off. Voila. 20 minutes, darlings. Darlings, am I still there? My internet just said I was reconnecting. Can someone just let me know if I'm still here? Yeah, cool, thank you. It just flashed up on the screen. Thanks, dolls. Good stuff. Carry on. Tension. I wonder if this is cool enough to drink yet. Oh. Yeah. Очень вкусно. Delish. Lekker. For you Dutch peeps out there. That's what that is. Cool, yeah. Oh, I can put it back. Guys, we've got 5 minutes left, but I need to stop for a sec. I gotta stop early. I'm so confused because it says on my screen that we've only been doing this for 13 minutes, which is not true, obviously. That's not the case. But obviously, I think because my internet reconnected just momentarily, apparently. There's nothing wrong with my fucking Wi-Fi, so it must be some other weirdness. But because we came back in, I now have got no idea how long we've been doing this for. But somebody wrote in the comments, I don't know why, but it says, Savannah says, I feel like you totally saw something wildly upsetting during this last work session, Kellyanne. I've no idea where you got that from. I'm absolutely fine, darling. But what I did see that was mildly upsetting was the fucking time. I just feel like I should have done more by this point. I'm having one of those moments. It's just it's a normal thing. Okay, it happens. But yeah, I might have seen the time and gone, for sure. But yeah, if I had seen something wildly upsetting, which I promise you I didn't, but if I had have seen something wildly upsetting, I probably would have just said, okay, guys, I want to end it here, and just be like, bye, but not in a way that reveals anything, because I'm a classically English bitch, or I'm just gonna spew all over a live. Cheshire says it's all right, we've all been there. Thank you, darling. Josh C says, same, I'm having trouble focusing for this one. Yeah, who else has said that as well? Oh, it says it started 2 hours ago. Why the hell am I seeing 14:56 on the screen? Anyway, never mind that. Let me go up. I'm just having a little cheeky look through all the old what's it doodahs. What am I saying? Comments, yes. Oh, people talking about how there's loads of words in German that you can't say in English. Oh my god, the German words that you don't have an English equivalent for. Like Schadenfreude, obviously. Okay. The delight that you get at somebody else's misfortune. Schadenfreude is a great word. Wanderlust is a German word, which we've stolen. Thanks, Germans. Thanks, babies. Zeitgeist. Yes, well done. Witchcraft and paganism said zeitgeist. Earworm, I think is how you pronounce it. In German. I wanted to say Deutsch, but it came out Dutch. Yeah, I think that's how you pronounce it. Earworm, which you get a song in your head. Earworm. Is it Germans? Help me out. Anyone that speaks German, is it Sturmfrei? Sturmfrei? The feeling that you get that the excitement of your parents not being home, that kind of like the cat's away, the kids will play kind of feeling. Is it Sturmfrei? Really cool word. There is a word in, of course, Trappenwitz, the wit of the staircase, right? I believe in French you call it l'esprit d'escalier. Sturmfrei, thank you. Great word, fucking great word. So yeah. What was I going to say? Yeah, so Germans say the same thing as the French say. I don't know who come up with it first, all right? I don't want to get involved in that. But the Germans say Trappenwitz, I believe. Staircase wit. Ultraviolet Pisces says Wunderkind. Yes, Wunderkind. We do not have a word for that. We say Wunderkind in English. Great word. The Germans with the compound adjectives and everything. I mean, really, you're doing the damn thing. Germany, you're taking the prize, babies. I love German. I want to know a bit more. I want to know a bit more German. But you know what? I keep saying I want to know all this shit and can't pack it all in my head, baby cakes. Can't pack it all in my head. Oh, Schmetterling. What's that? Hang on. Wait. I fucking love German for this kind of shit. It's so interesting. Schmetterling. Oh, is that? Well, that's just the word for butterfly. We do have an equivalent for that. It's butterfly. But it's a nice word anyway. Schmetterling. That's pretty. In Russian, the word for butterfly is babushka. And I think that's really funny. Babushka. Yes. So when I was over there, I learned that from an old babushka. Old babushka. I mean, by definition, a babushka is an older woman. And she said, I said, you know, what is it in Russian? Что это по-русски? And she said, babushka. And I said, oh, it's fascinating. And I said, по-английски, butterfly. And she went, meh. It's very funny. So yeah, she wasn't fussed about learning that whatsoever. She was like, it's not as good, is it? I was like, that's probably not, to be fair. So Schmetterling, that's really pretty. Okay, there's a German word. Okay, help me out here. There's a German word that means a face that looks like it needs a slap. I'm not lying. Hang on. German word, face that needs a punching. Okay. Right, I'm gonna fucking demolish this now, okay? Anyone that speaks German in the comments, tell me I'm a wanker, all right? Yeah, Richard, exactly. Thank you, Divya. Divya, you're awake. Yes, Richard has a face that needs a slap. And that would make him, in German, Backpfeifengesicht. Wait, Backpfeifengesicht. Backpfeifengesicht. Where is the stress? I don't know. Backpfeifengesicht means a face that needs a punch or a slap. I fucking love that. Honestly, only the Germans, mate. It's just perfect. Backpfeifengesicht, so good. How often is that used in German? Can anyone tell me? Oh, I pronounce it well. Thank you. I really try. There's some other words here though, and I'm going to try some. This is just, I really don't like to butcher German because it is unbelievably beautiful. But I'm about to butcher some. Okay, this is a great word. This is such a great word. Verschlimbessen. Verschlimbessen. Is that where you have the stress? Verschlimbessen or Verschlimbessen. Or Bessen. Verschlimbessen. It means Verschlimbessen. I'm sure that's it. It means to make something worse by trying to improve it. How good is that? Why do we not have a word for this? What the fuck? Sacred Meow says, I only recently realised how terrible I've been butchering Dutch all this time. It's easily done, for sure. To read it is, you know, you think you have a grasp of it if you read English, right? And you speak English, because of course, like, it's the same characters and stuff. But actually, the way certain letters are pronounced in the Dutch is like so markedly different, and that was one of the most confusing things for me when I was getting my head round actually reading it. I don't speak Dutch, by the way, guys. I just like have a little dabble every now and again. Oh, Gwen says there's a Finnish word for I wonder if I should wander around aimlessly. Okay, let me butcher this. It's time for Kelly to butcher some words. Okay, ready? It says Joksintellisen kohan. Joksintellisen. Wait a minute, it can't be that, Kelly. Joksen Joksintellisen kohan. Joksintellisen kohan. That's how you say it. That's how you say it in Finnish, isn't it? Did I kill it? Did I murder it? I murdered it, didn't I? Sarah says, what's that Japanese word for collecting books but never reading them? The Japanese really just want to call us the fuck out. They have some words for things that I'm like, I don't feel that way. I never do that. Weird. Inside, I'm like, cringe. Shut up. I never do that. That's like, that must be like a Japanese thing only. Oh my God. They're just very specific about things that you're like, me? Never would I. Violet Flame says, in music, the German term Sprechstim or Sprechstime means speech voice, which essentially is like the fancy definition for rapping. Oh, I like that. That's really cool. Oh, here we go. Witchcraft and paganism is giving me the stress. Verschlimbessen. To make something worse by trying to improve it. That is a godsend. That's a language godsend. It's rather an old expression. The character specifically is Swiss German. Okay, cool. Oh, that's about Backpfeifengesicht, right? Beauty and Glamour says, I only went through Germany on the way to the Balkans. Oh, I want to go to the Balkans so bad. I want to go all around there. Very much. Okay. Oh, Melissa says a Brazilian friend taught me the Brazilian Portuguese word cafune, which stands for tenderly petting one's head. I am like so single right now. That made me feel so single. Oh, I want to tenderly pet someone's head and they can pet mine. Okay. That was so good. I love a little exploration around language. It makes me happy inside. Sarah Gallia says, I love magari in Italian. It translates to maybe, but kind of with a yeah, right attitude. Like that's never going to happen. Oh, okay. So magari is how you, magari, magari. I have no idea what I'm saying. Magari means as if in Italian, right? As it like, no, wait, no. It's like maybe, but it means yeah, right, as if like underneath. Okay. So, but is it a thing where if you know, you know, like there's 20 layers to the meaning, like you have in English, where English people are like, yeah, sure, but every English person in the room knows that means and then there's like usually some other like Dutch or whatever, especially Dutch people. Dutch people are like, why'd you say the opposite of what the fuck you mean? And it's like, I don't know, for funsies. I'm gonna lose some people with that, but like if there's only Dutch people watching, they're like, yeah, like what the fuck? Oh dear. What does tia mean? Witchcraft and paganism. Sarah says, like, yeah, I'll be there, never gonna go. Okay. Magari. Is that how you say it? I love that word. That is great. It's a really good word. Tia. Okay, so tia means well, you know how things are. Okay, it means a lot of things. Well, you know how things are. Okay, that makes sense. A little bit like how, like, I guess, yeah, I guess it could relate it to tak in a way in Russian, like tak. Hey, I don't know what fucking nationality I am now. Okay, you can also say tia when something bad happens. Okay, this is great. I have a little language lesson here, darlings. My sweet darlings. Hebrew is also bodacious for descriptive words. Oh my god, Gwen, we were just talking about Yiddish the other day in Patreon in the Discord. That I learned a Yiddish word and I wanted to say it that day, but I can't remember it now. Not that Hebrew and Yiddish are related, but like I was learning some from my Jewish friend who speaks Yiddish with their great grandparents, and it was so fascinating. I was like, damn, all these, like, again, I'm kind of a bit of a magpie for words that we don't have. Okay, I do need to do some work though, so I'm going to get right on. Oh, no, wait. Divya says, jijivisha. Jijivisha means the intense desire to live and to continue living in the highest sense of being in Hindi. Wow. Jijivisha. I need to look that up. Jijivisha meaning. Jijivisha. Wow. It's so beautifully written too. That script is stunning. Desire to live long. Oh wow, that's a beautiful word, Divya. Thank you so much for teaching us that. That is so gorgeous. That's great. I really love that. Okay. All right, my loves. Let's do this shit. Oh dear. I just listened to a really snazzy song called Dance for Sorrow by Francis Lung, and I absolutely love it. I was like typing and I was like, oh, I was like, I don't even know if I can even type anymore because I'm like, ah. Okay. I might give it a whirl again, actually. Fuck it. All right. A little bit of a struggle this time, darlings. I'm struggling. I'm not going to lie. It's not because you guys are here or anything. It's just because I'm in this really awkward bit where I'm just... It's hard to explain, but like, I'm going to keep trying to make it work. Anyway. I wish I hadn't run out of chocolate earlier, but I did. It's that time of the month for me, so I really want some more. All right. Let's do this. I'm going to go for... I'm not going to do such a long one this time. I'm going to have 15 minutes. Yeah, fuck it. Keep going, my loves. I just need some notes I've left over there. I'm still with you. Keep going, keep going. Do not stop for anything. my legs. Oh, yeah. Got 10 minutes left, darlings. Try and push it. 6 minutes, my loves. 6 glorious minutes. It's all to play for. Two and a half minutes. Half a minute left, babes. Okay, that session went a lot better for me. Now we're getting somewhere. Sometimes it takes a while to get yourself in the groove, and definitely that's true for me tonight for sure. Um, and you know, it's just one of those things, it happens. Um, you know, earlier Divya was asking, do you need to be in a certain mindset to write a book? And I was saying, in terms of like overall writing a book, I would say no, because you go through so many different things during the course of writing a book anyway. If you had to maintain a totally consistent mindset, you would never reach the end of a book, I don't think. My life is certainly not, you know, ever going to be anywhere near that consistently stable for like 2 years. But in terms of the mindset for a writing session, I think that takes a while to crack that nut, you know, and I think that's okay. That's one of those things. So let me just save this. Oh, it's already saved. Okay, saving. And I'm going to close my laptop for a sec just to put it into sleep mode. It's okay. It's not hot or anything, but I can hear it kind of like trying a bit hard to do things. So just turn it off for a sec and have like a 5-minute break. Maybe I'll time the break. Yeah, I'll give myself 6 minutes break. All right, I'm just going to pop to the loo, my darlings. And then we'll have a little chat, see what you guys have been up to, see what you've been doing. Okay, I'm just going to pop on mute so I can listen to some things on WhatsApp, because like I said, for some reason my headphones are not working in my laptop at the moment. You can still like hear the noise. Oh, Divya says, threw the trash out and met some wild raccoons. Jelly! I'm so jelly. I really, really want to meet a real live trash panda. Me, 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 me. Sophia77, welcome to Planet Maddox. Thank you so much for joining. Hopefully you will not be sorry. Okay, yeah, be right back. Just gonna go to the loo. Let me unmute me mic. Hello. Right. I've relieved myself. Evelyn saying Italian coffee is the best. Agree. I mean, I'm not a massive coffee connoisseur, but the Italians know what they're doing. Let's face it. They have the edge in that department, and they certainly are proud. I think I've said this before at some point or another on the channel, but like, you know, when a plane lands and everybody claps, like, and I find that really, you know, just there's no need to clap. Okay, a plane landed. A pilot could land a plane, like, not in their sleep. Like, obviously, it takes concentration and stuff, but it's probably their 10,000th landing. But when I got to Milan, they clapped, and I was just like, fair play. This is probably loads of Italians that just got home, and they're like, yeah, thank fuck. And I was like, fair enough. In fact, go on then, go on. Yeah. Woo! Oh dear. Anyway, so yeah, I want to tell you a little bit about what I've been writing about. So at the moment, I'm writing the troubleshooting section of my new book. And I'm writing about whether or not it's wise, if you're in a really bad place, to ask another witch to do a working on your behalf. You know, can you actually bypass the working and give it to another witch to do? And I'm kind of making a case for not doing that, because as a practitioner yourself, you have claimed your own power, and one of the benefits of claiming your own power is that you don't have to get another practitioner to do it for you. You can do it yourself. That's the beauty of it. But I'm explaining how it's good to ask witches to hold you in their thoughts, to give energy to your intention, to light a candle for you, to pray for you, whatever it is they do. And just to know that that fortitude is being sent your way is really good. And I'm also kind of saying that it's normal during times of stress to feel like you are a bit wobbly in the witchcraft department, that you do not feel like the most potent version of yourself. That's normal. And actually it's the desire, it's the incandescent desire that you have to see change that will fuel the working. It can be clumsy, it can be incandescent, it can be furious, it can be whatever it needs to be. And you know, it can be that. It's allowed to be that and still be an expression of your pure desire. And no one can know your desire for change more than you. Having said that, I do say in the book that, like, of course you can ask a witch to do a working for you. Like, naturally, that's fine. I'm just trying to reassure, I guess I'm trying to reassure practitioners, right? That like, they don't have to default to that. Gwen says, so asking another witch to take the working is negating your own will or authority. No, I don't think so, because it's your will and authority to have another witch do the working. But I think my concern is that somebody will feel like, well, my potency isn't there to do this working, without figuring that actually, of course, they don't feel potent in that moment because it's a really dark, difficult time. But great potency can come out of being put under great pressure. I suppose that's what I'm trying to say. But of course, I would never advise anyone against that if they don't, you know, if they want to give the working to another witch. But I always would really dislike to, in my darkest moment, I would not like to give the responsibility for that to another witch. I want to take care of it and see it through to the end, you know. And I suppose that comes with the belief that self-belief is a big part of what it means to be a competent witch. So yeah, I guess that's where I'm coming from with it. But yeah, if it's your will and authority to give it to another witch, then you haven't negated your will. It's only if a witch takes it from you, and if you're doing decent spiritual hygiene and protection, a witch cannot take it from you. So yeah, I kind of have this belief anyway that there's probably many a time that a witch has sent me good intention or done a spell on my behalf, and I actually experienced it. And I believe that because the kind of protection that I have set up around myself is the kind of protection that allows for that. So I allow for good things to come to me. If that is the intention of another witch, I just don't allow any bullshit. So I don't think witches can do anything malevolent to me because I don't allow it. Gwen says, so could be adapted to mean slightly too little confidence, maybe. I think so. Well, I think I'm asking the witch to search their heart for that possibility. Yeah. In fact, Gwen, let me write that down. That's actually a really sort of good way of putting across what I'm trying to put across. Everything I write in my books is just to trigger thoughts in the person, right? To get the juices flowing. It's not to tell witches what to do. I don't do that. I'm not about that life. But yeah, I think that is an exploration that I would ask a witch to go into if they're thinking, oh, I want to give another witch the work. Beauty and Glamour Magic says there isn't any intention for your work as strong as your own. That's kind of my belief, yeah. Oh, Gwen says, yeah, I definitely use Rebel Witch as a reference text. Thank you. Yeah, the idea of you using anything I ever wrote as a reference text is a huge compliment to me. Having spoken to you, I can say with certainty that that makes me feel very good about myself. Thank you. Okay, so yeah. All right, that's cool. I'm glad I sort of mentioned that. Oh, Gwen says, oh, Rebel Witching all day, every day. Thank you, darling. I appreciate that a lot. So, what have you guys been up to? What has been happening? What have you been achieving? Sacred Meow says, short of healing, you should own your own spite. I've definitely written about that like you need to own the realm of your emotion, and sometimes asking another witch to do the working for you, if it's based around really negative emotion, is bypassing the feeling of the emotion, right? Which is part of what you put into the spellcraft. So that's definitely in there, and it's a really good point. Divya is making rotis. Hang on, wait. I'm really sorry, but pardon my ignorance, darling. I need to find out what this is. Oh, flatbread. Ooh. Rotis. A round flatbread native to the Indian subcontinent. Oh, they look bloody. Can you send me a... Oh no, suddenly Sacred Meow says I miss naan. I suddenly really need a garlic naan in my life. Divya, is garlic naan really authentic, or is that just something that they came up with in the UK? We were like, yeah, this is a thing. Yeah, because I need some garlic naan right now. Am I hungry? Apparently I'm hungry. Sacred Meow says it's authentic enough in the US. Magpie Vlog says garlic naan is the best naan. Like, amen. Divya says you'll have to come here then. Oh, mate, honestly, I would drop everything right now and get on a plane. If that was a remote possibility at this moment. Divya says garlic naan, definitely authentic. Okay, thank you for confirming. Interesting. Because, you know, I used to work with my boss at the first pharmacy I worked for was a Chinese guy. And we used to have Chinese takeout like twice a week. He would always bring his chopsticks in. He absolutely refused to eat Chinese takeout with a knife and fork. As does Danny. Danny will not eat Chinese he will not eat any Pan Asian cuisine whatsoever. No, with a fork. It just doesn't feel right for him. I actually bought him some beautiful painted chopsticks recently, but anyway, that's besides the point. So anyway, Frank, the Chinese guy, it's not his actual, that's like his Christianized name. Oh no, wait, well, no, his real name was Frank because the guy that delivered him was called Frank, so they just called him Frank. Because I was like, what's your Chinese name? And he went, aha, people ask me that all the time, but my name is actually Frank. My middle names are Chinese. Anyway, I say all of this to say that he was the first person that told me that none of the fucking shit we were ordering from the Chinese was authentic. And he used to absolutely love this food. And I'd be like, so what's your favorite stuff to have at home? And he was like, oh, we don't eat any of this shit. This is not right. This stuff is not right. And I was like, isn't it? I was so stunned. Oh yeah. Oh, somebody wants me to date some girls. Oh, okay. Hide user on the channel. Thank you, Evelyn. Yeah, so yeah, basically that was really funny. I was really stunned, especially because he so enjoyed it. For him to be like, no, we don't eat this. This is wrong. I was like, what? Very, very interesting. Yeah, no, you're right. Ultraviolet Pisces. No one's going to click on the spammer, but we just don't want to see it, right? Divya says Indian cuisine is always evolving, so everything is authentic. Good point. Good point. I think because it's, you know, wherever Indian people are in the world coming up with shit, that is the evolution of Indian cuisine. I guess when I say is it authentic, I mean, did some like white British people make this shit up and start selling it as Indian cuisine? You know, because of course we are blessed with like such an Indian population here that, you know, gave us all of this excellent shit, that sometimes I think, okay, but is this really from the Indian population? Because they're allowed to evolve stuff whatever way they fucking want, right? I just worry that people are going to be like, yeah, this is an Indian restaurant, yeah, no problem. And then from that, we've gotten this idea that like, yeah, this is totally normal. Deep fried Mars bar jalfrezi is totally normal. Wait a minute, jalfrezi's wrong. Wait a minute, jalfrezi is not Indian. No, it's right, it's right. Yeah, no, it's right. I was like, that's not the right kind of thing. It's not a curry. I was like, it is a curry, bitch. You just don't usually eat it. I usually have like vegan veggie korma from this place near us. Oh my god, ass, so good. Okay, Divya says, hell no, it's brown as fuck. Okay, cool. Thank you very much for confirming. Oh god, I want a garlic naan. Okay. So Ultraviolet Pisces says Frank the Chinese guy, lol. Yeah, he said that like people back home would be so confused. They'd be like, huh? Okay. Josh C says, I'm having a bit of choice paralysis between Bhagavad Gita translations. I'm having a bit of a magpie moment with all the nuances in different versions. Okay. I mean, then probably would be a way to solve that that I would not understand. You might need to do a bit of research into what people recommend, I guess. It's almost like, in a way, I don't like to read any other Bible but the King James Bible. I mean, I'm not sitting around reading the fucking Bible as a rule, but like I do, there are some parts of the Bible that I deeply love and that I find really interesting and whatever. And I would never read the Psalms in any other kind of version of the Bible. It's got to be King James, all right? It's got to be. It's just more potent, you know. So, and like with when I pray Hail Holy Queen or the Memorare or any of that shit in my witchy Catholic tradition, I always say thy and thine and all of that, and you know, I don't drop any of that stuff. I like a little bit of that archaic shit. So yeah, I guess it's kind of like that. And it's interesting. Sorry, by the way, I know I said I was going to have a break for 5 minutes, but clearly I didn't mean that. It's interesting because earlier I was watching through different adaptations of Jane Eyre. The particular scene in Jane Eyre where Rochester says, you know, I feel like there's a string here tied under my heart and it's attached to a similar string in you, and if you go too far away the string will break and I will bleed inwardly. And then she says, I'm a free, you know, I'm no cage bird, I'm a free human being with a will of my own. And then he says, yes, you are, then you stay here and be with me. That scene, that fucking scene, I love that. I love that part in the book so much. And I was watching the different versions of the scene and thinking about how different they all are and how true they are to the book and how not true they are to the book and why that may or may not matter, or how in some ways that worked better or whatever. And it was really interesting. And so it's kind of in a similar way, isn't it? It's like, how much purity do I want versus how contemporary do I want it versus whatever. I was talking to a friend of mine, actually the same friend from earlier, who was messaging me about tarot stuff, and he did an I Ching reading for me, and he was explaining about different interpretations and how some of them are more sort of like archaic and a bit obscure and a bit, you know, done at a certain time in a certain language, translated from the original language and then translated to English or Ukrainian, depending what language he wants to read it in. But it's like weird, you know, like it's like you know, it's like you're hearing something through several sheets of muffle and it's like, what just came out, what? You know. But he likes a more archaic version of it, which seems more obscure because it's more poetic, so he will take that over something that is more understandable but isn't as poetic, it's not as beautiful, you know. So it's just really interesting, super interesting. Okay, bye Alex Green. Ciao, baby. Thank you for joining us. Okay. Sophia77 says, I love receiving and sending audio messages to my friends. With one friend in particular, we leave each other messages that are 30 minutes long. Sometimes it's like a confessional with your best bud. I really love voice notes. Yeah, I love them. And my mum said to me recently, thank fuck you got us into voice notes, because now, you know, we all have hundreds of voice notes from my brother. Hundreds. I can't listen to any of them yet, whatsoever, but they're there when I want them, you know. So that's very potent. It's very potent to have that, like. And my mom at first was like, I hated it when you got into voice notes, it was so annoying. And then you got Nick into voice notes, and I was like, for God's sake. But now I'm a convert, and of course we're so grateful for that. So yeah, I think voice notes are beautiful, actually. That's why earlier I muted, because my friend doesn't like texting, but he'll go a voice note. Calling is the best, but he'll take a voice note. So yeah, it's just that humanizing thing, you know. Okay, yeah, send some voice notes, your pain code, do it. Okay, so now I'm gonna go for, what time is it? 5 past midnight. I'm getting in the groove now, so I'm gonna go for 20 minutes now. And then after that I might wrap it up. I'm still definitely gonna write, but I feel like I want to, you know, just really to use the groove, basically. So let's do 20 minutes. Are we all ready? Get your heads down, get in the zone. Just connect with your breath, and just kind of just shake the tension out if you have tension. Okay, we're ready for some work, guys. We're ready. Is it Gunpa? It's Gunpa. Is that how you say it, Gwen? Gunpa. 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 The O with the line through it. Let's go. Gunpo. 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 I'm gonna look it up. Hang on. Oh, I just got a rumbling in my tummy. I just got a rumbling in my I don't know. Honestly, when I start singing what I'm saying, I'm Googling it and I can't make it come up. It's in Norwegian, right, Gwen? I'm sorry to like keep bugging you, Gwen, but I'm really interested. I thought it was anyway. Night KTV, thank you for joining us. Anyway, I will find it shortly. There are only 6 million Norwegians. Sometimes it's hard to find Norwegian stuff. Good point. Good point. I tried to remember that before, like, you know, that's a bit of a tall order sometimes. Yeah, because when I look it up, it says La Oscar. La Oscar is the way that it gives you on Google. Okay. Ooh, I want to learn some Norwegian phrases. For real, for real. Kom igjen. All right, stop learning Norwegian, Kellyanne. Write your book. Write your book, bitch. Okay. Are we ready, my darlings? Let's do this. 20 minutes. Gun po is a specific phrase. Google Translate is not up on all the phrases. Yeah, for real. Like the more, you know, slang and stuff like that. I that's one thing about learning a language in a specific way that is really interesting, that you learn like street ways of saying things, you know, you learn slang for stuff that is just so valuable. And then it changes. A new bunch of kids grow up and they start using different shit. and then you're there watching like fucking street fashion vlogs in the language, other language you speak, and you're like, what are the kids saying? What does that mean? Just trying to keep my finger on the pulse, you know how it be. Okay. Oh my God, I'm struggling so hard to know how to say what I'm trying to say. 50th attempt now. Melissa Baker says, "Say it poorly, rewrite it tomorrow." I know, you're so right. I'm getting like, I'm getting locked on, and it's not good. 8.5 minutes, by the way, guys. I'm getting locked on. You're so right, Melissa. Thank you so much. I'm gonna finish this one little sentence, and I'm gonna move to a completely different bit. Mystic Goddess Hazel says, "You got this." Thank you, darling. I'm trying my best. Guess what just came on my playlist? 99 Luftballons by Nina. Is it Nina? Nina. 99, 99 Luftballons. I love that. That's just a tune. It's a tune. It's just funny because we were discussing German earlier. Because 5.5 minutes, my loves. Keep going. I believe in you. Tune. Mm. "4 minutes, my loves. Magical task with someone else. Be a sign that you're avoiding the emotional damage. Watching for difficulty Guys, just to update you, I've just realised that the thing that I was struggling to say a few minutes ago probably doesn't need to be said that much because of something else I've written that better explains. Yeah. Welcome to the world of a fucking author. Welcome to the world of being a witchcraft author in the middle of the night. Okay. 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 It's fine. It's fine. Oh no, I'm fine. Oh no, me. No, I'm fine. I'm over it. Right, hang on one sec. I'm listening to a song that I want to put on a specific playlist on my Spotify, but sometimes I name my Spotify playlist these really arty names and then I forget about them for a bit and then I find a track that's perfect for them and I can't fucking remember what I called them because I named them some fucking bloody artsy name, darling. It's usually a lyric from a track. Okay, so it's called You Talk and It Makes Me Smile. Actually, do you know what? I don't want it on there in the end anyway. Gwen says, dude, same, right? It's like so irritating. I'm like, why did I name it that? Why couldn't I just name it Indie Love Songs 4? But no, it has to be You Talk and It Makes Me Smile because it's from a Reef track from my favourite Reef album. So annoying. I annoy myself, right? No one's saying I don't annoy myself. I do annoy myself. Okay. This soundtrack, the Normal People soundtrack, is really interesting. It's a bit all over the shop, but I like it. You know, it's got a bit of Motown in it, a bit of house music, a bit of classical, lots of like really cute indie stuff. It's good. It's a good soundtrack. It's interesting while you're writing to experience something like that where it's like a bit of a variation, you know, sort of makes you tap into the feelings you had about the series as well. And if you, anyone who's known me for more than a few months will know that it takes me a lot to watch a series. I have to be in a very specific mood. I have to have had a lot of recommendations or heard a lot of people talk about it. I just don't fucking have like the time basically. But I was ill when I watched Normal People. I was like, you know what, I want to watch it. So I sat and watched the whole thing in like 2 days. It was just really, it did something to me. It was pretty emotive, you know. Gwen says I could not even attempt to do that. Oh, in terms of I'm in complete awe of people who write words while listening to lyrics. I can't always do it, Gwen. I can't actually always do it. I have to be in a specific mood. I used to never be able to do it. I'd be like, how the fuck can you think of words while words are playing? Like, how is this happening? Um, but actually, I can zone it out now. It's just like this melodic. I kind of get the odd word come through to register what the song is about, but I'm not really listening because I've noticed when I listen to a track again. So if I've been writing and a track has come up, which has happened a few times tonight, that I really like, and I think, oh, I'll go back and listen to that again. I notice that I absorb it much more deeply when I'm not writing because I'm really paying attention to the content of the lyrics, and lyrics are really important for me. Whereas if I'm listening to it while I'm writing, you can kind of tell that I've got a kind of like casing over it. So I roughly ingest its energy, but it's like I'm not paying attention, right? So Josh C says, "Oh, same. I have to be in a hyper specific headspace to engage with a series." Yeah, totally. Hang on one sec. I'm just gonna go up. I think I've lost some people's context and stuff. Hang on. Wait a second. Where am I? Hang on, sorry. Oh, KTV. Hi, KTV. What colour should I make my exercise chart heading? I agree with Mystic Goddess. Go for whichever are the most motivational colours, for sure. My like big time motivation colours are black and red and some really sort of like acid green is really good. Um hot pink as well. Like hot pink, come on. Hot pink, baby. So like I'm gonna do something and you better stand well back, bitch. I actually love the clash of red and pink. That's my favourite. Melissa Baker, you good? Because I'm good. Honestly, that was me for the whole of the last bit of the last session. It was like, oh, yeah, I'm fine over here. I'm fine. What makes you think I'm not fine with this? um, oh, Moira D talking about garden herb. That's adorable. I really love this. I love this chat. I'm gonna do another segment. I'm gonna do one more. I know I said I'm gonna go after this, but like I'm gonna do again. Josh C says, not really able to write when listening to lyrics, but my claim to fame is being able to read in cars without getting motion headaches. I can too. I feel really bad for people that can't read when they're a passenger in a car because what a decadence to have somebody else drive. Now, if I'm the only other person in the car or I'm the only other person awake, I will not read because I want to speak to the driver. I was instilled from young. Okay, I come from up north, like so, and my dad had to move down to London to be close to us when my mum got with a southern guy. So my dad would drive us from London to Liverpool like 4 or 5 times a year to see the family, and I would never fall asleep while my dad was driving. I would always be up talking to him. My sister would crash right out. So like I was, you know, it was a case of like I wanted to be the one that was awake. So yeah, I never do that. But if it's someone else is up and I can just read in the back, oh, mwah, 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 decadence, luxury, baby, luxury. Marlene Teresa says, or Marlena Teresa says, oh, that's a good description. A casing over the music. I can listen to music on occasion when I write poetry, but it often infiltrates too much. Sometimes I want that, sometimes not. Yeah, I love experimenting with what music I'm listening to when I write poetry, because that's a different kettle of fish. That's like you're not really trying to nail something that can be cognitively understood by someone else, or at least I'm fucking not. For those of you who have read my poetry, you know what I mean by that. I know what I'm saying, but you don't necessarily need to know exactly what I'm saying. You just need to experience what I'm saying through your own lens, you know? Your Painco was saying, since I know Cam and probably members of chat have struggled or do struggle with EDs, is it okay if I mention non-specific numbers? Um, hang on. Oh, sorry. Non-numbers, non-specific related comment. Yeah, I think you did go on to do that actually. And yeah, that's fine. As long as people are not talking numbers and they're not saying things like yeah, just what saying things like what Taylor Swift recently got in trouble for. Like we can talk about how we want dietary well-being and we struggle with that. Like that's totally fine. But when people are like, I just don't want to look this way or whatever, or specifically, of course, when they talk numbers, that's when we need to say no. So I read what you asked and it was fine. I just couldn't respond because I was writing, darling, or what you said anyway. Okay. I am going to Mystic Goddess says I can't sleep with others driving at all. Beauty and Glamour says I don't sleep while people drive either. It will keep them awake. Yes, that's a very good point actually. That's a really good point. Yeah, very good point. I've thought that too. Not that a driver has ever fallen asleep on me, but I've definitely known people like I remember once years and years and years ago, my mum, I didn't even know my mum was getting sleepy, but she pulled over onto the hard shoulder, opened all the windows, slapped herself in the face and ate some sweets. And I was like, what are you doing? And she was like, I can feel myself getting sleepy and it's dangerous. I need to take a break, get some air in my face, drink some water. And I was really young and I was like fucking 13 or something. And I was like, oh yeah, I guess that's a thing, you know? And then a member of my family like fell asleep at the wheel or woke up and righted themselves, but like yeah, it's absolutely, it does happen. The motion and the monotony totally happens. Gwen says, sometimes I want the dirt though, Cam. I have to be honest. Sometimes I read a poem of yours and I'm like, oh my God, tell me everything. That's actually a really good effect. Like I'm glad that it has that effect, Gwen. Thank you for telling me that. That's really fascinating. Like, okay, so I have to tell you, right, it's really funny. So, twice now, one time a friend messaged me and went, so who's the guy? And I was like, what guy? There is no guy. There's no guy. And she was like, oh, shut up. I just read your latest poem. Fuck off. Who's the guy? And I was like, my patron god. I guess it seems super hyper romantic because she was like, who is he? Oh my God. And I was like, no, like literally, oh my God. And then it happened on another occasion as well. Somebody in my life thought I was writing about someone. And I was actually writing about a documentary that I had just recently seen on opioid addiction. I watch a lot of those documentaries. It's a specific area of interest for me, that the epidemic happening in the US, and I was watching a lot of stuff about that one weekend, and I wrote a couple of really potent poems relating to that, and thinking about like, you know, people I know who've lost people and clients who've lost people and everything. And my friend thought I was writing about a friend of ours and a specific situation that he's going through. And I was like, no, it's not to do with that at all. It's literally to do with this documentary. So that was really interesting. So I know there can be mistakes made when people do know me. Is opiates in the UK like that? Beauty and glamour magic, we have some issues with opioid addiction for sure, but it is in no way an epidemic. So there have been deaths related to fentanyl, and there have been like an uptake in recreational drug use of downers for the last, I would say, 10 years. It's been more notable. But we do have a slight issue of overprescription of things like diazepam and stuff like that. However, the General Medical Council started to really put a stop to that in the early 2000s. They really cut back. There was a massive investigation, and it was found that doctors were giving medications like that out way too easily, and everything was cut back on big time. The reason I know this for a fact is because it affected me being able to get hold of my own medication for my back pain, which, for the record, I was not addicted to, but which I very much needed. And because of the amount of addiction that was being brought up in these studies, General Medical Council clamped down on it. The reason it's become such a big thing in the US is, of course, because of the way the healthcare system works there. And I do not have enough fucking swear words for how I feel about that. It's a travesty. And so that's really, what is going on there, right? Okay, so you're watching a Xanax one, Mystic Goddess. Yeah, I've seen quite a few of them. My friend asked me the other day for some recommendations, and it amazed me how many I could recall. Evelyn says, as someone who needs diazepam at times, it's really, really hard to get it. Yes, it is hard to get it. And even with me, they straight up they put me on diazepam when my injury first happened. And when it flared up again, when I got back from Russia in 2009, I was put on it. Like I always had access to those stronger doses of Valium. I was never addicted to it. And I would just use it as and when I needed it, and it was the only thing that helped me. When I tell you they put me on 13 other different medications because they were so restricted in being able to give out the stronger doses of Valium after this crackdown, this like actual, shutdown of it. It was hell for me. It was hell for me. I understand why they had to be so cautious, but they didn't need to be that cautious with me. I had no drug seeking behavior on my record. And so I know they clamped down properly. And frankly, now I don't fuck with the doctors at all. If I want Valium, I know where to get it. I have my channels. I'm not going to go through that. It's humiliating for me. And as someone who does not have an addiction, there's easier ways. But yes, I can tell you, very strong clampdown. That would not happen in the US. Why? Because money talks, dirty cash, I want you, dirty cash, I need you. What? It fucks me off. Really fucks me off. Can you tell that I'm angry? I'm angrily singing at you. Okay. Right, I'm going to go for a quick toilet break. Wait a minute, let me read some of this. I'm not just going to say all of that and then fuck off, actually. This is a serious subject. Leanne says, I love these productivity sessions. They're on at random times only, right? Yeah, I usually announce them a few hours before I feel like putting them on, and I will announce it across my social media platforms. So I let people know on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and also my Discord on Patreon. It's just when I feel like it, really. So I give some warning, if you will. KTV said it's a shame they can't customize treatments for people instead of just shutting it down for everyone. Yeah, they gave me a much lesser dose. They gave me a smaller dose. It wasn't touching the sides. It wasn't touching the sides. Considering previously I'd been given like 30 milligram tablets, to take me down to like 5 milligrams, it's not going to work. I have a profound herniation in my spine. So yeah, it was driving me crazy. But that's how I know that they were so serious about it, and that's how serious I want them to be about it in the US, frankly, with some of these drugs, for sure. Oh my God, they're selling my book in Salt Lake City. I fucking love that shit. No way, really. You saw my book in an independent bookstore in Salt Lake City. I am fucking dying. Guys, I hit Utah. Yes, I'm so happy. That's brilliant. Sorry. Beauty and Glamour Magic says there's a TED talk about not being taken off opiates properly. Do you want me to link it? Yeah, definitely. I don't know if links will come up without me sanctioning them, but maybe there's a way I can do that. Okay, sorry, I'm looking through comments. Sacred Meow says I'm transitioning and HRT has literally changed my life. Good, I'm glad. Aw, Divya, chatting live with a celebrity author. I love I'm a celebrity, baby, in a very, very, very small world. Yes, I guess, a little bit. Josh C says similar thing happens here regarding Adderall and ADHD care. It's hard enough finding a healthcare provider that considers ADHD to even exist. That is so fucking tough. I am so sorry. That's really hard. This is really interesting what you guys are saying, honestly. They're selling my book in Trondheim, Norway, population 190,000. I can't believe that. I'm in Michigan, apparently. I'm in Portland, Oregon. I love that. Well, I hoped I'd be in Oregon, damn it. Like, surely that's got to be a bit of a spiritual home stateside. That's really cool. That makes me really happy, honestly. Thanks, guys. I'm just reading a few more comments and then I'm gonna go have a little toilet break and then I'm gonna do one more yeah, I'm gonna keep going. What the fuck? Evelyn says, I found out recently that if you're neurodivergent, you cannot donate eggs. I was absolutely horrified. Okay, that is a hell of a rabbit hole. So weird. The hell? Moira D says, you seem so up and positive, so happy to see. I'm having a good time. I like these lives very much. I've actually had the past couple of days a really interesting collection of emotions. Earlier today I didn't know how I felt and I had kind of a massive dip. But for the last couple of days I felt like I don't even know, I'm not even sure quite how I describe it, but it's been a good time and I'm riding that wave, you know. And no wave lasts forever. It will go inevitably, but the wave I'm on right now, all I can say is everybody go surfing in the UK. I'm glad you're digging this live stream, Mystic Goddess Hazel. That's lovely. Maybe I'll make another peach and orange tea. By the way, guys, verdict, very good. Okay. All right, it won't be long, and then we'll do another little bit of work. Do another bit of work, mate. All right. Just gonna go make some tea. It's gotta be done. Right, I've got another tea. Oh. It's time for un banan. Here we go. Is everybody ready? Oh, Divya says, I wish I could stay, love, but I got to go to dinner. I love getting to know everybody. Same, baby. It's lovely to talk to you. It's always lovely to talk to you, Divya. Always lovely. Legend. Oh, sorry. That was very un-English of me. I do apologise. Enjoy your dinner, my darling. Sorry, everybody with misophonia. Is that what it's called? But I need to eat. Sacred Meow says, potassium time. Yes, baby. Exactly. When I come back from a rave, a massive rave up, bruv. When I come back to my friends Emily and Ian's house, right? I'll only have 3 things. I want crisps, bananas, and oat milk for tea or just to drink. And I've said to Emily so many times, I'm going to get a tattoo that's just got oat milk, a banana, and some crisps. And I really am going to do that. It's so funny. It's like symbolic of like Kelly's tummy is kicked back in. It's back in the game. It's probably not. I'm probably not hungry straight after a rave, but it's good to just like have a bit of something. I've many times shared a banana with Emily because we can't be asked with a whole one. Gwen says it also makes a lot of biological sense. Yeah, totally. Because when you go to a rave, yeah, and you're like mashed out your face, sorry for anyone who's disapproving, but I don't care. Like literally, I don't care. So yeah, like when you're absolutely mashed out your mind, if you wait for your stomach to give the keys back, it probably won't give them back till Tuesday. In other words, your natural hunger response is probably not gonna kick in that soon. So you just need to make it happen. Just eat something anyway. Evelyn says crisps are, what did you say? Hang on. Crisps are life. It's the salt. Exactly. Your body wants the sodium. Give it that sodium. The sweet, sweet sodium. Oh, Nathan, I can't wait to see your pictures from the ski gondola. Beauty and Glamour Magic says, I did a rave in Germany when I was there. The Germans know how it's motherfucking done. All right? They love a rave up. And they are elite. Elite raving. It's legendary. It's legendary. Oh dear. We have been knowing about the exceptional German rave culture. Okay. I'm going to do another 15 minutes, I think. Yeah. 15 for the last stretch, I think, guys. I'm not going to do any reading because I'm actually on a roll. So I'm going to let myself really push through. I hope everyone's had a good time. Anyone watching on playback, thank you. And hopefully, you enjoyed and got to grips with the fact that yes, we do work, but we also do chat. Like, that's got to be part of it. I'm not just going to ignore comments and not get involved and stuff. Like, that's not going to happen. So a little bit of everything. Gwen says, excellent, gotten so much done. Thank you, I'm so glad. That's awesome. Moira D, do you have fish crackers in the UK? What are fish crackers? Are they like prawn crackers? I'm vegan, so I don't know if this involves me particularly. I feel like I want to say that we do, but all I can think of is prawn crackers and prawn toast from the Chinese. Sorry. Evelyn says it's been wonderful. Thank you, darling. Mystic Goddess Hazel says, I hope you do these more often. I've also got a lot done. Yeah, sure. And also, Hazel, if you go to the live section on YouTube, you can see some of my past ones. Because I have done them before. So if you're just looking for other things like this, then there are others you can watch on playback. But yes, I definitely will always do read, write, study with me because I think it's a really good addition to the channel and I really enjoy spending time with you guys. Oh, it's nothing fish related. It's just yummy cheddar fish shaped snacks. I've seen them. They sound tasty. KTV says, I've done several things I've been procrastinating on for weeks. Excellent. I'm so glad. Emily Hall says, I'm looking forward to dinner afterwards, but I'm getting too much done to leave early. Okay, awesome. All right, let's do this. Oh, your Painco, you were the one that asked if I was going to do this again on the Instagram question and Q&A the other day. Yes, yeah, it was you that inspired me. I was like, yeah, you know what? Because I was thinking about doing one a few days before you asked me and I didn't end up doing it. So yeah, I'm really glad I did. Thank you for the inspiration. Kate Alvarez says, doing artwork and enjoying the conversations. I'm so good, so glad. Leanne Riker says, or richer. Says, loved it, thank you. That's brilliant. I'm so glad. Okay, let's do the last 15-minute stretch then, darlings. We're going to make it count. I know I'm not doing as much typey as I usually do, to be honest. Every time when I'm not typey, I'm actually researchy, or, you know, looking at my notes, or just like trying to figure things out, basically, you know. But it's not too bad. I'm not too worried. At first, I think the reason I was so stressed at first was because I wanted to just be bashing out word count. But it's not always like that, and you need to accept that, you know. There's other aspects to writing a book than just like typing your thoughts out, you know. So oh, Gwen says, love the new book cover. I love it. Yes, it is final. I love it as well. It's exactly what I asked for, in the exact style that I absolutely love. And I wanted that woodcut vibe. I wanted it to look like an old woodcut, you know. I really loved that. Oh, Evelyn says the journal prompts video on Patreon was good. I loved doing that. Absolutely loved that. I'm definitely going to do that again. One sec, I will get ready in just a second. I'm just preparing some of my notes, so I've got them right there for this last 15 minutes. Gwen says, yes, more journaling vids, please. I am definitely going to smash some more journaling vids on Patreon. Why is that so... yeah, I'm really glad you guys like the cover. I really love it too. There are some internal illustrations as well. I had Polina do 3. Polina Perova is the name of the illustrator, and really incredible work. So yeah, I asked her to do 3 internal illustrations as well, and I absolutely love them. Again, exactly what I asked for, pretty much exactly what I envisioned. So it's really exciting to have that collaboration with an artist. It feels good. Okay. All right, have I got my notes up? Yes, okay. Let's do this, babies. Moira D, you can, if you go on to Amazon, you can see the pre-order and it's on there. Okay. Damn it, why do I do that so often? Don't know how to work my own 80s alarm. Okay. Oh, I'm really on a roll now, guys. Yes, this feels good. This feels good. Because they have some urgent business that needs attention. They have exhausted. The witch within can lie dormant inside someone for years before. 9 minutes left, darlings. Ooh. Inside begins as you stir, guiding them to magic, which within can lie dormant. Inside someone years before they face a challenge and it feels so. I love it when I catch myself using superfluous words and I'm like, you don't need that, you don't need that. Wish I could do it more in speech, but never mind. sense of the secret skill set has been resting in. My apologies, waiting for you to climb a moment. The archetype of the witch. Kind of liked it one for years before. One and a half minutes, my love. Oh, Young Father's a fucking amazing band. This is... "30 seconds." This. Oh my god, I love Young Fathers, guys. Oh my god. Does anyone else love Young Fathers as much as me? Anyway, never mind that. How was it? How was it for you, Pop Tarts? Sacred Meow says, I've just discovered them, quite good. Yeah, they're amazing. They've got a song called Ebony Skies. It's my jam. It is my jam. She's looking for love. She's looking for trouble in the wrong places. That was my entire 2019 and 2020 and 2021. I reverberated with this asshole a few times, but that song was always like, that's what I'm doing. I'm looking for love in the wrong places. These boys are absolutely bloody singing it to me. Sacred Meow said that was my 20s. Yeah, I feel for you. Okay, let me go up here and I will have a little bit of chat before I head out. Oh, Victorian Beauty 1878. Hello, I'm just finishing up NaNoWriMo, so this is perfect. Love to all. Well done. I've done NaNoWriMo. It was a long time ago now. I respect you. I respect it. I respect it, seriously. Sophia77 says landing clapping is such an Italian thing. Love it. Yeah, like I wasn't mad about it. I was like, oh my god, yeah, come on, it's amazing. Bellissima, we're here. KTV says, does anyone else add things they've just done to their to-do list just to tick them off? No. Yeah. Magdalena 01, hello, what are we all working on? Well, I have been working on my book for several hours now, darling, and I'm about to head off. But I have really enjoyed this very much. I love all this talk about lists. This is great. Oh, Gwen says, obviously we're all excited about Witch in Darkness, but there is a niche of us who wonder about the fascicle chapbook or even actual book of poems and its publication date. How do you say that? Fascicle? What is that? I don't know what that is. But anyway, thank you. I am very excited that you want to know about potentially where, like, when poems will come together in a physical form. I really want to make that happen. Like, I would love to have my poetry published. I really would. I don't think that I want to do it myself, but then if I do it myself, I won't have to compromise. That's the thing. I don't want anyone to edit my poetry. I don't want any of it fucking changed. I know exactly the way I wanted it and the way I like it. I don't want an editor being like, oh, well, you know, this would look, no, fuck off. Fuck off. Okay. No, it's poetry. It's poetry. There is no rule that I want to follow, right? I'm a rebel poet. So I don't want to do that. I also worry about costs because I think I do want a visual element to my poetry, but at the same time I'm struggling to decide what that would be. I guess it would be my own collage work. Anyway, my publisher that do my witchy books, they're not appropriate for poetry. They don't publish poetry. So I need to figure it out, because if I'm going to do it, if I'm going to self-publish my poetry, I will have to make space and room in my mind for that and in my timetable for that to, you know, get set up with exactly who we're going to use. I've used Lulu before. I think they're quite good for making something for a boyfriend a long time ago. You know, like print on demand. But I know there's lots of other places that do print on demand. Obviously, we're going to want to try and use like the best people we can go with in terms of sustainability, in terms of like their company reputation and all that kind of thing. So then we're going to have to go through everything. Then we're going to have to rake through everything with a fine-tooth comb. I'm going to have to get Danny involved, the person who works alongside me, and that means it takes his mind off of other things and it takes his attention away from other things I might want done. So I've got to be very careful if I choose to self-publish, which seems like it would be good just for creative and artistic sovereignty, and we know I'm all about that. It seems like it would be a good idea to self-publish. So yeah, I do want to do that, but after I finish Witch in Darkness, I'm gonna chill for a while. I'm gonna kick back, you know. I think I need a little kickback. So it would probably be like another, when am I handing Rebel Witch in? April at the latest, I think. I'm gonna try and hand it in by February. I don't know. I want to get some other voices in Witch in Darkness. So did I say Rebel Witch before? I meant Witch in Darkness. Yeah, anyway, blah 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 blah. I'm just really excited. So when you asked me that question, I was like, overshare, overshare. Oh my god, KTV says I'm starting to get replies to all the emails I shot off during this session. Oh no. Oh my god. Evelyn said I've journaled and got about 80 pages read. Very happy. I totally read that as I've journaled and I've done 80 pages. That's why I was like, oh, you read 80 pages, which is still amazing, but like, thank God you didn't write 80 pages. Woo! Oh my gosh. Oh, thank you, Evelyn, for saying you would buy the poetry. I really appreciate it. Gwen says, from a purely economic standpoint, I feel like your base is large enough that you would be a good case for self-publication. Thank you so much. And that kind of reiterates what I was thinking. Oh, wow. Sacred Meow journaled in verse. I love that. I'm so, so glad that people have been getting their stuff done and awesome. It's brilliant. Getting their stuff done and awesome. It's brilliant. Okay, Kellyanne needs a break from language. Kellyanne needs a break from words. Kellyanne is talking about herself in the third person, which is a very strong sign that Kellyanne needs a break. Oh wow, Ivory Raven says, I'm making paraphernalia for my Book of Osmosis, the title for my Art Witch Book of Shadows. Ivory Raven, you sound like the type of bitch that I need to have a channel, okay? And I don't know your gender, so I mean no disrespect. Bitch is all affection. But channel, hello, for the Book of Osmosis, please. This is an Art Witch Book of Shadows called the Book of Osmosis. Are you why are you teasing me? Why would you come here and tease me? Stop it. I'm just saying that sounds exciting. That's all I'm saying. Victorian Beauty 1878 says that sounds amazing. Yeah, it sounds like some real Molly Roberts shit, and I'm into it. Like, where can we see? Yes, we want this, darling. Thank you. Okay. Evelyn says, can you imagine? I did imagine you journaling 80 pages, and my hand nearly fell off just thinking about it. Oh, darlings, I don't want to leave you. I've had so much fun. I really have had such a good time. Thank you so, 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 so much. Yeah, it's been great. I hope that you all feel accomplished, and even if you just sat and chilled and, you know, I was just company for you while you're just going through some difficulty or whatever, that's totally fine. You know, not everybody has to read, write, and study or clean or whatever you're doing. But thank you for the energy. Thank you for this energy exchange. I like to think of it as an exchange. I like to think of it as mutual inspiration. Gwen says, thanks for gathering us all to your town hall. Yeah, thank you for coming. Really appreciate it. I really do. Oh, wow. Sacred Meow is sharing some of the journaled verse. Two flawed humans like passing ships, sharing in each other's pain, waiting for light flash through the night to guide us home again. Oh, that's beautiful, darling. Really gorgeous. Oh, KTV says, this was wonderful. Thank you, Cam and everyone. Sophia77 says, I loved it. Thank you, darlings, for being a part of this. I'm going to continue for a little while now, but I think I'm going to get into a different position, you know. Might do a little bit of journaling. I try to journal several times a day at the moment. I don't mean like big sessions, but I just mean I check in with my emotions and I check in with what is the next right action, because of bereavement brain is so strong, and bereavement brain was really, really, really strong at the beginning. Then it kind of normalized itself to an extent. Then the inquest happened in October, and then bereavement brain got fucking insane again. And I was like, I don't know, what was I doing? Where am I? What is the name for that? What is the word for that? Like, it gets very extreme. My mum had it when my mum has it really big time now, of course, but she also had it when her brother, my beloved Uncle Seth, died a few years back. She said that she went into a supermarket and she was literally stood in the supermarket, couldn't figure out what she needed, and then couldn't figure out where she was. She was like, where am I? What have I got in my hand? Oh, it's a basket. And then she had to go and sit in the car and just be like, right, get yourself together to drive, you know? Bereavement brain can be exceptionally strong. So I try to like write, you know, regularly. I see it as like I keep my journal on me as a constant companion. So it feels like I'm turning to somebody, especially because I live alone. I don't have a partner, you know, whatever. I work alone. Well, I don't work alone, but like I work here, Danny works there. Danny keeps certain hours as well. I don't just have him on tap, you know, he ends the day at a certain point. God love him. I'm sure he's happy about that. So yeah, the journal's always open. So I'm gonna have a little write, gonna have a little scribble. Gwen says that sounds really hard. Yeah, it's very 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 difficult. I'll be honest with you. It's difficult, lemon difficult, and if anybody gets that reference, I love you. Oh, but yeah, it's one of those things where I often don't know how I'm feeling, and I said that recently in my Bruges sacred meow, we all have to grieve alone either way. I didn't say that. I said I live alone. So whereas a lot of people who live with somebody might turn to someone and say, I don't know how I feel, I'm so confused or whatever, because it's a natural consequence of living with someone. I don't live with anyone. So the natural way of things, in the same way, if you have a partner or you live with someone and in the morning you might say, what did you dream? I dreamed this. When you live alone, you don't have that. So I'm not making a comment on the severity of grief for people who live with people. I'm saying it's not ordinary for me to have somebody there like that I can say something to. That is why the journal is always open, not because I'm somehow grieving more deeply. Yeah, so yes, the sort of extent of that is it's useful. It's useful to kind of like, you know, have that kind of like mirror back to myself, I guess you could say, you know, in a way. Mystic Goddess Hazel, I've done that before while driving and literally couldn't remember where I was. Yes, bereavement brain. Yeah, that's like terrifying. It's really scary. Oh, Sacred Meow says I was replying to someone else. Okay, sorry. I thought you were saying like that, well, you know, like it doesn't matter who you live with or whatever. It's like, oh no, okay, well I didn't say that. Sorry, I didn't mean to pick up on that there in such an extreme way. I just like I get very worried when people think I'm saying something I'm not saying, especially about grief. Evelyn, you've read 80 pages and you're going to read a bit more. Sick. That's fucking sick. Yeah, I don't like not being I find not being able to find the words. It's just I hate it. I really do. Oh my god, Sacred Meow. I don't know that Carly Simon song. I know only like two Carly Simon songs. I'm so, otherwise I would totally do that. I love putting different words. I love putting words like different words to a song. I fucking love it. It's hilarious. Okay, darlings. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I have had a very, very, very good time with you all. I really appreciate your attendance here. It's been awesome. And I give you all love, and I would love to see you again soon at one of these. Thank you so much for everybody watching on playback. Thank you so much. Keep going, darlings. Keep pushing for whatever it is you're pushing for. Keep doing those little bits, those dribs and drabs. They add up, you know. Yeah. So, all right. Much love, and bye for now. Okay. Mwah. Okay. Right. Bye for now. Doei, as they say in Dutch. Poka, as they say in Russian.